Jashoda Nandana Vraja Jandaranjana Jashoda Nandana Vraja Jandaranjana Jashoda Nandana Vraja Jandaranjana Jashoda Nandana Vraja Jandaranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jashoda Nandana Vraja Jandaranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. udilo aruna purababage dwijabani gauramani jage Bhakata samualoya sate Gela nagara vraje Tatai tatai bhajaloko Kanaganathai Jajeraro Preme dhala dhala Sonara anga Charane nupura vaje Mukunda Madhava Jadava Hari Bolena Bolore Vadana Bodhi Niche Nida Bashe Gelole Rati Divasa Sharira Shaje Emana Dulaba Manavadeho Paya Kikoro Bhavana Keho Ebena bhajile jashoda sutta charame pori belaje Udita tapana hoile asta Dinagelo boli hoi bebyasta Tabekeno ebe alasa hoi Nabhaja hridoya raje Jivana nitya janahasa Taina na vidha vipadaba Namashaya kori jatane tumi taka apana kaje Jivera kalyana sadhana kam Jagate asiye madhuryanam Avidya timira tapana rupe hridgagane viraje Krishna nam sura koriapan Jura Bhakati Vinoda Pram. Nambina Kichu Nahiko Aro Choda Bhuvana Mahaje. Jeev Jago, Gaura Chandra Bole. Kota Nidra Jao Maya Pishachira Kole. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bhaji Baboliya Aise Sanshara Bhitare. Bhuliya rohile tumi abhijara bhare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Tomare loite ami huinu avatara. Ami bina bandhu aro ke ache tomara. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Enechi Shori Maya Nashibaro Lagi. Harinam Mahamantra Lao Tumi Magi Harina. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thakur Bhakti Vinoda Prabhu Charane Poriya She Hari Nama Mantra Loilo Magiya Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Haribo, Haribo, Hari Bontai Gaur Haribo. Jai Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jaya Prabhupada. Gopemanande Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakacharya Stotaras the Shishimara Bhaicharanada Binda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakacharya Stotaras the Shishimara Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Ki Ananta Guri Vaishnavindi Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Sagaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gogopinath Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Shri Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki. The most auspicious occasion Shri Vyas Puja for His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki. All glories to some of the devotees. All glories to some of the devotees. All glories to some of the devotees. Gaur Premanande Haribo. Welcome to the Vyasa Puja Day for His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for coming this morning, although you were out late last night. And to all those who have joined us online this morning, welcome. We're going to start with some bhajans to align our intelligence and emotion with the mood of worshiping the Guru. And after that, we'll have offerings by various devotees for Srila Prabhupada. We have today this Labor of Love, the Sri Vyasa Puja book, which has been a tradition for many decades, thanks to the painstaking work of the Los Angeles BBT, but especially His Grace Javida Prabhu, who every year makes sure that this book comes out by editing it, and Archita Prabhu by laying it out. And we thank them very much for this beautiful offering. O He Vaishnava Thakur, Doyara Sagara, He Dase Karuna Kori. O He Vaishnava Thakura, Doyara Sagara, He Dase Karuna Kori. O He Vaishnava Thakura, Doyara Sagara, Hidase Karuna Kori. O He Vaishnava Thakura, O He Vaishnava Thakur, Doyara Sagara, Hidase Karuna Kori. Shavatakura, Doyara Sagara. Diyapada Chaya, Shorohe Amaya, Tumara Charana Dodi. Give some cartos to Satya. Satyadev. Diyapada Chaya, Shorohe Amaya, Tumara Charana Dodi. Chaya Begadomi, Chaya Dosha Shori, Chaya Guna Deho Dase. Chaya Begadomi, Chaya Dosha Shori, Chaya Guna Deho Dase. Chaya Satsanga, Deho He Amare, Boshashi Shangera Ashe. Chaya Satsanga, Deho He Amare, Boshachi Shangera Ashe. Ekaki Amar, Nahi Pai Balo, Haridama Sankirtane. ekaki amara nahi pai balo Harinama Sankirtane. Tumi kripa kore shadabindu diya deho Krishna nama dhane. Tumi kripa kore shadabindu diya deho Krishna nama dhane. Krishna se tomar, Krishna dite paro, tomara shakati ache. Krishna se tomar, Krishna dite paro, tomara shakati ache. Amito Kangala Krishna Krishna Boli Dayatava Pache Pache. Amito Kangala Krishna Krishna Boli Dayatava Pache Pache. O he Vaishnava Thakur Doyara Sagara Hedase Karuna Kori. O he Vaishnava Thakur Doyara Sagara Edase Karuna Kori. Karuna Kori. O Venerable Vaishnava Thakur, O Ocean of Mercy, be merciful to this servant of yours, and purify me with the shade of your lotus feet. Your lotus feet I humbly hold. By helping me control the 6 urges and purifying me of the 6 faults, bestow upon your servant the 6 good qualities. O Master, please give me the 6 kinds of holy association. I have sat down here hoping to have your company. The 6 urges are those of speech, the mind, anger, the tongue, the belly, and the genitals. The 6 faults are overeating or collecting more materially valuable things than required, over-endeavoring for material objectives, unnecessary talking of mundane affairs, being too much attached to scriptural rules and regulations or too neglectful of them, associating with worldly-minded persons, and desiring mundane achievements. The 6 good qualities are enthusiasm, confidence, patience, performing the regulated activities of devotional service, giving up the association of non-devotees, and following in the footsteps of previous acharyas. The 6 activities of holy association are offering gifts in charity, accepting charitable gifts, revealing one's mind in confidence, inquiring confidentially, accepting prasadam, spiritual food from others, and offering prasadam to others. Alone I do not find the strength to chant the holy name of Hari. Please be merciful and, blessing me with a drop of faith, bestow on me the great treasure of the holy name of Krishna. Krishna is yours, and you can give him to me, for such is your power. This wretch is simply running behind you, crying out, Krishna, Krishna. Can we have the microphones, please? we'll just take your reflections on this song, starting with Yadubar Prabhu.
I'm just thinking of the my lowly position and having no hope to gain any advancement in Krishna consciousness without the mercy of the Vaishnavas. Association is the all-important factor in our spiritual life. Many times the question is, how can I make advancement? How can I get rid of so many faults we've just heard? And actually, I know for myself, I have no power to rid myself of those faults. But it's only by the mercy of the Vaishnavas that it is possible. Hare Krishna.
Since last night, when you were describing how Prabhupada gave us the 10th canto in the form of the Krishna book, the summary of the 10th canto, and I've just been appreciating how much Srila Prabhupada has given us, a little bit, trying to appreciate. And we only come to know about Krishna, come to know about ourself, the Hare Krishna mantra. All of these forms of Krishna are coming to us through a Vaishnava and Vaishnavas. And that's how bhakti flows into the world and into the heart of the jiva. And there's no other way. And it's not something we really deserve or do on our own. I'm speaking for myself. But it's just causeless mercy coming to us. And we need to recognize that we're fallen, and that I'm fallen, but I can't get up. Not like that commercial on TV for the elderly person who falls down. They need the life alert to get up. And that's my situation. And also, every time we chant this bhajan, I just marvel at the expertise of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, how he takes the essential instructions of Rupa Goswami from the Upadeshamrita and then creates this wonderful song that incorporates the essence of that knowledge in a bhajan. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
I'm trying to remember where it's written. Someone said, the only fearful thing in this world is to be outside of the association of devotees. And
Ramananda Roy.
Ramananda Roy. And this, we should realize that the only valuable thing, really valuable thing that we can acquire in life is Krishna consciousness, and that we can only acquire through the mercy of Vaishnavas and through their association, and to make advancement in Krishna consciousness, to acquire the 6 good qualities and overcome the 6 faults and so forth mentioned in the song. And as the other Prabhujis had mentioned, that Krishna consciousness is not something that we can acquire on our own, but it descends through the parampara from Krishna himself, from the spiritual world. And our duty, even to perform our duty of serving our spiritual master and performing the Sankirtan mission, we can only do that duty by getting the mercy of the devotees. Hare Krishna. That's all.
Hare Krishna. Others?
Hare Krishna. This beautiful bhajan clearly discriminates against the impersonalist idea where people feel that they alone can achieve whatever they want and they can become God, etc. But here it is so much emphasizing how much we are dependent on devotees' mercy. And devotee association actually can give us everything. I was hearing one analogy, it's like a leaf is going here and there and it's wandering all around. But at one great fortunate moment it falls into a stream of water and automatically it reaches the sea. So similarly, like in a devotee association, everything can be achieved. And how much our bhakti is dependent on devotees' mercy, this song really emphasizes. So it completely nullifies the idea that we can on our own in a isolation we can achieve. We cannot. We are dependent on devotees' mercy, and this song in a very simple language, it emphasizes that.
Thank you. That was beautiful. What else? Yes.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji. It's a very nice song where it actually tells about the speech, mind, on all the five senses. It's very hard to control. And it's very easy to manage in the way we usually do the same things at home and at workplace. It should not be like tense every time. Should keep ourselves to be like calm, cool. And you should not be like very much association with the non-devotees. And it's a nice song. The lyrics, all the lyrics, 3 stanzas, it gives a lots of meaning and it's very good to hear and very peaceful mind, we get it out of it.
Thank you very much.
I remember hearing in a class
These mics are a little quiet.
from His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj in relationship to this song. He was saying that if we think that we have the power to control our mind and our senses ourselves, it's false pride. And it's only by the mercy of the spiritual master that we're able to control our senses at every single moment.
Beautiful, thank you. Moichi do, Moichi mai.
Jai, Hare Krishna. The song also describes in so many ways how we're dependent, not only dependent on the mercy of the spiritual master, but Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is also describing the actual potency of the spiritual master and how he has the strength to be able to just pluck us out of this material existence by his potency alone. And we can also see from Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's descriptions again how all the qualities that he's imbuing in the potency of the spiritual master, they all apply to Srila Prabhupada, who's has gone all over the globe distributing this mercy, to which we are, all of us, eternally grateful. And Srila Prabhupada embodies very much the entire description of the potency of the spiritual master in this very beautiful song. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a few years ago, Satydev Prabhu gave a Vyasa Puja offering to Prabhupada about power of the four regulative principles, and I was thinking about it in relationship to this song about overcoming the six faults, and how, in a very practical way, when Srila Prabhupada came, he introduced unabashedly the four regulative principles. Of course, he waited a little while, based on Rupa Goswami's principle of first helping people to remember Krishna and then later imposing rules and regulations. But he didn't hold back. And this was a point he made frequently, and that was that many spiritual teachers came to New York and other places in the West, and they really didn't emphasize the four regulative principles, or even three or two or one, because that would be a limiting factor. And this is the nature of the Acharya, who actually gives the parameters by which one can advance in devotional service. My point is that unless he gave us this very clear understanding that you have to follow four regulative principles in order to be able to chant Hare Krishna with a progressive spiritual advancement, then perhaps we wouldn't have done it. In fact, even though he gave it, so many people are chanting, but they still don't follow the four regulative principles. You can see how important it is. And that just having somebody come and say, you have to do this, without question you have to do it, you have to make a vow not to do these things, is one of the ways in which we overcome these various faults. And unless that voice of authority comes and says, it's not possible without this, then who's going to do it? In fact, even if there's a little opening, like Prabhupada once on an airplane or something had some 7-Up, and then, a week later there were trucks pulling up to the temple with 7-Up. And Vyasadev's, Narada Muni tells Vyasadeva same thing. As soon as you give a little bit of a leeway on something, then everyone will just take advantage of it because it's the nature of the material world. Satya Prabhu? No.
Hare Krishna. No, okay. This is the mercy of the spiritual master, but then we have to take it and apply it. That's the ball's always in our court. And as you were speaking, it reminded me of this devotee who came up to Prabhupada, or this gentleman who came up to Prabhupada and asked Prabhupada to bless him to please quit smoking. And then Prabhupada told him that, is that how it goes?
No, he said, he said,
give me the power or something.
Well, no, what happened, it was the father of a boy who was helping to translate Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita into Marathi. And the father was coming to visit along with the boy, who was getting guidance from Prabhupada on how to translate. And the father had this addiction to smoking. So he had tried a few times, and then when Prabhupada asked him about it once, he sheepishly said, I need your special mercy to give this up. And then Prabhupada said that you can get this special mercy. When you do, Krishna will make you so miserable that you'll be forced to give it up. I said, would you like this special mercy? And he said, no, I'll do it on my own.
Yes, so it's like that. That's our situation, really. When it comes to following the four regulative principles, they're all aspects, really, of advancement. We have the opportunity, but we have to take it up. But without the spiritual master, we'd never have that opportunity, or the knowledge, or anything. But once we have that, we still have to make the choice.
Thank you.
That reminds me of a story when, I think it was in Hyderabad, somewhere there were some ladies that had some property that they were thinking of donating to ISKCON, and Srila Prabhupada came to see them, and they said, Swamiji, please give us your mercy. And he said, here's my mercy, you can give me this property and I can turn it into a temple for Krishna. That's my, and they didn't want to give the Prabhupada. They just said, please give us your mercy. And Prabhupada told the devotees afterwards that if you throw someone a rope, they're stuck in a well, and you throw them a rope, and you say, grab the rope and I'll pull you out. And if they say, no, please make me grab the rope, that they won't be able to get out unless they grab it themselves.
Mm. And I always like to mention the point that Hanumat Preshak Swami makes about this song. And the mention here is that the disciples running after the spiritual master, trying to get his mercy, and he says, why is he running? And he says, because his spiritual master is running after his spiritual master. They're all running after each other. So that running is that great enthusiasm to try to catch up the mercy of the spiritual master. So, next bhajan? Yeah. Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koroe Dase Trina Pekati Hina. Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koroe Dase Trinapekayati Hina. Kripa Bindu Diya Koroe Dase Trinapekayati Hina. Sakala Sahane Bolodiya Koro Nijamane Sprihahina. Sakala Sahane Bolodiya Koro Nijamane Sprihahina. Sakale saman kurite shakati deonata jata jata. Sakale samana Sakale saman kurite shakati deonata jata jata. Tabito gaibo harinama suke aparada habehata. Tabito gaibo harinama suke aparada habehata. Kabhi no kripa labhiye jano kritartha hoye benata. Kabhi no kripa labhiye jana kritartha hoye benata. Shakti Buddhihin Hamiyati Din Gurumore Atmasata. Shakti buddhihin hamiyati din koromore atma sata. Jogyatya vichare kichunahi pai tomara karuna sara. Jogyatya vichare kichunahi pai tomara karuna sara. Karunana hoile kandiya kandiya prananara kiboaro. Karunana hoile kandiya kandiya prananara kiboaro. Gurev kripa bindu diya koroe dase chinapekayati hina. Kripa bindu diya koroe dase chinapekayati hina. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Gurudev, give to the servant just one drop of mercy. I am lower than a blade of grass. Give me all help. Give me strength. Let me be as you are, without desires or aspirations. I offer you all respects, for thus I may have the energy to know you correctly. Then, by chanting the holy name in great ecstasy, all my offenses will cease. O Lord and Master, when will such mercy fall to this one who is weak and devoid of intelligence? Allow me to be with you. If you examine me, you will find no qualities. Your mercy is all that I am made of. If you are not merciful unto me, I can only weep, and I will not be able to maintain my life. If you examine me, you will find no qualities. Same. Okay. So, yeah. Go back to the first verse, please.
Hare Krishna. Oh, Gurudev, give to this servant just one drop of mercy. I am lower than a blade of grass. Give me all help. Give me strength. Let me be as you are, without desires and aspirations. That last part struck me as we were reading it. I've chanted this bhajan so many times, but I've never really noticed the last line. Let me be as you are, without desires or aspirations. When I think of that, I think of a small child, someone who's innocent, who doesn't really have any, it's not calculating, it's not expecting anything just simply wanting to serve innocently. And that's a necessary quality to develop if one wants to progress further. We often talk about being humble, like a blade of grass, as the doorway really into chanting the holy name of Krishna. But it's also important to do our service without desire for being recognized, and so many motivations that arise from the false ego. At least to, even if those desires are there, at least when they arise, we should know they're there. Even that takes mercy, to have that awareness, to see how unhumble we may be, or to how calculating we may be. We have to be able to see that in order to let it go, and that requires mercy as well from the spiritual master. We have to want it. We have to ask for it. We have to know that we need help. I've fallen and I can't get up.
It reminds me also of Prabhupada's mood, that everything for Krishna, nothing for me. That was his mantra. And that the first time I had the opportunity to be in the same room with Prabhupada in 1973 in San Francisco, it was with a group of Sankirtan devotees, among whom was my lifelong friend Keshavarti Maharaj. At that time he was a grihasta. And we had all been going on in Sankirtan, and our temple president introduced us to Prabhupada. And when our temple president Bhaktidas introduced Keshavarti Maharaj, he said, and he's doing the biggest. And then Keshavarti Maharaj said, Prabhupada, it's all your mercy. And Prabhupada slammed his hand on the desk rather abruptly and startled everyone. He said, it is not? And everyone froze, especially Keshavarti. And Prabhupada said, it is the mercy of my Guru Maharaj. And there's this way of always deflecting to his spiritual master. Prabhupada always did that. He always gave credit that whatever I've achieved has come by the mercy of my spiritual master. He set that example, and he also taught us again and again that this is the only source of strength, is following the order of the spiritual master as one's life and soul. And he claimed that was the only reason that he had success. He said, we've had some little success, and it's because of the fact that I tried to follow precisely what my spiritual master said. Kurunath Prabhu?
Can I see some more of the translation?
You can give him a songbook too. Give him this. It's easier. Here.
So, in the second verse, Bhaktivinoda Thakur is writing that by offering all respects to the spiritual master, then one may have the energy to know him correctly. And I think this is profound. We should remember that success is possible. It's, we're not, even though we should always remain humble and always remain aspiring to please the spiritual master and to serve him and with a sense of gratitude, that we're not just giving some false, ineffective process to people, that what we're distributing, that by properly worshiping and serving the spiritual master, one really can get all transcendental knowledge and meet Krishna face to face even.
Yeah, I like the point. It's one that we can never claim to be permanently unqualified, but we also can't claim that any qualities that I get are because of myself. But the reason we're not permanently unqualified is because of the power of the Lord that comes through His devotees. And to say that I'm permanently unqualified then diminishes the potency of Krishna and His devotees. The better idea is just to try to become qualified by their mercy. Other points? One more. Unamas, yes.
Jai. I like the second line where it says...
Hold that right next to your chin.
I like the second line where
next to your chin. It's got a touch.
I like the second line where it says, "Then by chanting the holy name in great ecstasy, all my offenses will cease." So, once we can know the spiritual master correctly, that gives us the power to be able to chant nicely. And that will gradually remove all of our offenses.
Thank you. And Prabhupada claims again and again throughout his books and in his teachings that by this simple process of chanting Hare Krishna, then one comes to the perfection of life. He never makes any speculative claims, but he always follows exactly what his spiritual master taught and what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught. And the essence of that is by chanting the holy name in a great ecstasy, well, one's offenses will cease. This is one of the other centers of power that Prabhupada has is that he never deviates in teachings. He gives them very directly. It was his mode of teaching, and keeps it very simple and straightforward. So we have this beautiful book. I've duly offered it to Srila Prabhupada, Sri Vyasa Puja. And the most blessed event, the appearance day of our beloved spiritual master, August 16th, 2017. And where are the books? Yeah. Bring them out. If we'll ask Karanath Prabhu to read Dravida Prabhu's introduction. And bring another chair over here. We should make the setup. Okay, dear Raj will do it. Set up like usual. Better see if you can find another straight chair, because some people don't like these chairs. Dave can't sit in them. Is there another one like a straight one like that? It was hard to find. All right, put it over. Just put it. And then another microphone stand, please. No, just one. Karanath Prabhu, would you come up here?
Introduction. Well, ISKCON 50 is behind us, but now comes a flood of golden jubilees of significant ISKCON events. Golden Jubilee is the 50th anniversary of some. Not the least of which is the 50th anniversary of the first Vyasa Puja book, coming in 2019. As always, in the treasure chest of devotion that is present, that is the present 48th Vyasa Puja book, A few gem-like homages shine especially brightly. Giriraj Swami's homage this year tells of the power of Srila Prabhupada's love and mercy working through several generations of devotees. He tells the story of Shravanadasi, a grand disciple of Srila Prabhupada who got his extensive personal attention and mercy as a child growing up on Hare Krishna land in Bombay in the 70s. She recently lost her 22-year-old son in a railroad accident, and here's an excerpt from her reply to Giriraj Swami's condolence letter. Thank you for your kind blessings and prayers for our son Nrsinga Guru. Due to the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, we are blessed with our journey in Krishna consciousness. In such a situation, all we can see is Krishna's hand and how he orchestrated the whole incident. Though it is the most horrific thing I've ever experienced, I am at peace as I see the Lord in it. Such equanimity and mature Krishna consciousness in the face of such a wrenching personal tragedy is clear evidence of the power of Srila Prabhupada's mercy and love to uplift his sincere devotees. As Giriraj Swami puts it, I was touched and moved by her beautiful letter. By her Krishna consciousness and her sublime realizations of your glorious, powerful mercy. In Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 19.132, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 19.132 states, when the personal associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would hear the activities of Rupa and Sanatana Goswamis, they would say, what is wonderful for a person who has been granted the Lord's mercy? And that is how I feel about her. What is beyond a person who has received so much mercy from you? From Bhaktivinoda Swami, we get some great news concerning the decades-long struggle to establish a major temple in Moscow. After so much struggle, years and years of attempts, mistakes, and heavy lessons, we finally acquired a suitable building for the future temple in Moscow. Of course, there is still a long way to go, so our prayer to you at this moment is, please continue to shower your mercy upon those who are trying to do something in your service, however imperfect this service may be. In this vein, it's worth reflecting on the great sacrifices and struggles that the Russian devotees underwent in the 70s and 80s to practice and preach Krishna consciousness under a repressive regime. Last year, the devotees in mainland China allowed us for the first time to print their offering under the title China rather than Kasadesh. The Chinese yatra is burgeoning in the open now. But there are still places in the world where devotees need to stay in the shadows. One such is Ilavrita Desh. Here's an excerpt from the offering penned by a devotee there. My dearest grandfather, Srila Prabhupada, thank you for giving us the holy dhammas of Mayapur and Vrindavan and for arranging the yearly Gaur Purnima festival in Mayapur Dham. We have spent the best days of our lives participating in the festival, going on the Navadvip Parikrama, and associating with the other devotees there. Chanting and dancing at the 24-hour kirtan at the Krishna Balaram Mandir has changed our lives. We hope to see the day when the devotees in Ilavrita Desh feel secure enough to let us print their offering under the real name of their country. Must be a Muslim country, I'm thinking. Finally, on a personal note, I would like to thank Srila Prabhupada for allowing me to edit the offerings for this Vyas Puja book for the last 34 years. I've always felt greatly purified when reading all the homages to him and serving all the Vaishnavas who reveal their innermost hearts while writing of their relationship with their Guru Deva or Param Guru Deva in these pages. I remember many a sleepless night in the 80s and early 90s as I struggled to complete the offerings by the deadline. Until 1991, we included a list of all the devotees in the centers. You can imagine the work trying to get the spelling of the devotees' names right with diacritics in centers with over 100 residents, like Los Angeles or Bhaktivedanta Manor. The society just grew too large to make that feasible. The 1991 book was over 560 pages. Sometimes I'm a little sad that participation in the book is only a fraction of what it was in the old days. For instance, ISKCON now has 104 sannyasis, but only 58 have written offerings for the book this year. Similarly, only 70 of 650 temples, centers, schools, and colleges total from the Hare Krishna Celebrating 50 Years magazine, contributed offerings. Then again, there is no way to such a flood of offerings could be edited, proofread, and laid out on time, and it would be too expensive to print the few copies that we print each year. So we have our yearly cross-section of ISKCON revealing its heart to Srila Prabhupada and the ISKCON world. I pray that I can keep doing this service for many years to come, and that Lord Krishna will send someone I can train to take over this service when the time comes. Dravida Das, Vyas Puja Book Editor.
Thank you, Kurnath Prabhu. Here's the next essay written by Urmila Prabhu, The Meaning of Vyasa Puja. Guru in general, for those of us who wish to know the purpose of life, the creator and maintainer of the world, in our own identity, a spiritual master is absolutely necessary. Tadvijnanartam sagurum evabhigachet. Mundaka Upanishad. The necessity arises because what we can understand of such crucial questions using only our mind and logic is limited. We can logically assume that the order and complexity of creation points strongly to the existence of an intelligent creator. With logic, we can also conclude that the creator must ultimately be one, not many. Quote, if in this universe there are many rulers and justices who disagree about punishment and reward, their contradictory actions will neutralize one another and no one will be punished or rewarded. Otherwise, if their contradictory acts fail to neutralize one another, everyone will have to be both punished and rewarded. From Srimad Bhagavatam 635. By observation of nature, it is clear to one creator, it is clear the one creator loves infinite variety, is orderly yet full of surprises, delights in mystery and seeming paradoxes, kindly supplies beauty and pleasures beyond bare necessities, and is intelligent and artistic beyond comprehension. Further than such conclusions, however, our human thought and science cannot reach. To know details of the personality of the Creator and what is that Creator's desire and intention, we need to access the Creator directly. How to do so depends on the Creator reaching out to us with knowledge of Himself and how to attain Him. We can say it is our reaching out to Him which prompts His reciprocal grasping our hand. As Srila Prabhupada put it, quote, reciprocal, if you love Krishna, then Krishna will love you more than you love Him. From a class in Bhagavad Gita, 1966. We can also say He reaches out to all living beings always. Quote, Krishna is giving chance always 24 hours imperceptibly. I'll read that again. Krishna is giving chance always 24 hours imperceptibly. A class on Nectar Devotion in Vrindavan, 1972. I think that just became my favorite quote. The difficulty is that a soul covered by the modes of material nature finds Lord Krishna's communication imperceptible indeed. Therefore, Krishna reaches out through a devotee, the Guru, the spiritual master, who acts as the link between us and Him. Srila Vyasadeva. In one sense, there is only one Guru, as Srila Prabhupada explains. Must go to Guru, not a Guru. The Guru is the Guru. Guru is one. What 5,000 years ago Vyasadeva instructed, or Krishna instructed, the same thing we are also instructing. Therefore, there is no difference between instruction. Therefore, Guru is one. Although hundreds and thousands of acharyas have come and gone, but the message is one. Therefore, Guru cannot be two. Real Guru will not talk differently. Spiritual master is not that a particular man is spiritual master. Spiritual master is truth. So what is that truth? The truth is samsara dava analida loka trinaya karunyaghanaghanatvam. The whole world is in the blaze of material pangs. threefold miseries. And a person who is authorized to deliver people from that material pangs, he is called spiritual master. In the absolute world, there is no distinction as me or he and I. Krishna and his representative is the same. Just like Krishna can be present simultaneously in millions of places. Similarly, the spiritual master also can be present wherever the disciple wants. A spiritual master is the principle, not the body. Just like a television can be seen in thousands of places by the principle of relay monitoring. And the final quote, these are all from Prabhupada's lectures. And gentlemen, the offering of such an homage as has been arranged this evening to the Acharya Dev is not a sectarian concern, for when we speak of the fundamental principle of Gurudev or Acharya Dev, we speak of something that is of universal application. There does not arise any question of discriminating my Guru from yours or anyone else's. There is only one Guru who appears in an infinity of forms to teach you, me, and others. That was from Prabhupada's lecture in 1936 in Bombay. Continuing with the essay. Keeping the above in mind, we in the International Society for Krishna Consciousness celebrate the appearance and anniversary of our founder Acharya with the appellation Vyasa Puja, meaning worship of the person Vyas. Truth is truth regardless of the particular institution or teacher. Math remains math, whether at Princeton or at a local secondary school. But we enroll in a particular school, follow that school's particular syllabus, and revere our particular teachers. Srila Vyasadeva is an incarnation of Narayan. This is a quote. The personality of Godhead. Therefore, there's no question about his authority. He is the author of all Vedic literature from the teachings of Lord Chaitanya. Therefore, anyone in any sampradaya that uses the Vedic literature as authority has Vyasa as the primary guru. Whatever individual person one has as one's guru, that guru derives authority from the Vedic literature and therefore from Vyasadeva. So, worship of the Guru in a Vedic tradition implies worship of Vyas. Using the term Vyasa Puja explicitly acknowledges the connection. Srila Prabhupada. The same principle that explains worship of the person Vyas, although Guru is one, applies to worship of Srila Prabhupada. The main demarcation of membership at any level in the International Society for Krishna Consciousness is appreciation of Srila Prabhupada's teachings and example. It is Srila Prabhupada who epitomizes Guru for us. It is Srila Prabhupada through whom we know and understand Vyas. It is Srila Prabhupada through whom we know Narada and Brahma and all the Vedic Acharyas. It is Srila Prabhupada through whom we know Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. While Guru is a quote-unquote truth in a fundamental principle and not quote-unquote not a particular man, still it is a particular person who chooses to exemplify, personify, and epitomize the eternal fundamental principle. It is a particular person who appears in a particular time and place to teach universal and eternal principles according to the time, place, circumstance, and people. And therefore, while in one sense Vyasa Puja is about reverence and gratitude for the fundamental principle of Guru, it is also about reverence and gratitude for the particular person who is Guru for us. Srila Prabhupada gave Harinam initiation to the thousands of disciples who started and nourished ISKCON centers under his personal guidance, and to many he gave Gayatri Diksha as well. He translated and wrote commentaries on the scriptures and works of Gaudiya Acharyas that form the philosophical and practical basis of ISKCON. He personally taught his disciples how to chant the holy name, how to play traditional instruments in kirtan, how to install and worship Sri Murti, how to cook for Krishna, how to teach others about Krishna, how to visit holy places, and how to observe Vaishnava etiquette. He established directly and through his disciples many temples, schools, and farming communities where he hoped Krishna consciousness would be nourished by the loving exchanges, giving and receiving prasadam, gifts, and confidences. These ISKCON centers are meant to act as oases in the desert landscape of Kali Yuga. Beyond all the above, Srila Prabhupada is the Guru because he is Kshotriyam Brahmanishtam. He has heard with faith from his own Guru, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. When he teaches, what he teaches is not his own speculation or concoction. It is received revealed knowledge. He is a transparent medium for that which flows through him. He has heard and transmitted the knowledge without changing the essence, yet has presented it appropriately for us here and now. And he does not repeat parrot-like, but lives what he teaches. He is fixed in the absolute truth. He is Jnaninas Tattvadarshina, a self-realized seer of the truth. The manifestation of the absolute truth in which he is fixed is not just the Brahmajyoti or the Paramatma or even Vaikunthanath Narayan, but Bhagavan Swayam, Krishna, the Prince of Raja, the son of King Nanda, the form of all rasa, Akila Rasamrita Murti. Thus, while it is correct to say all gurus are one and truth is one, yet the form of truth Srila Prabhupada teaches, and in whom he is personally absorbed, is theologically, logically, and experimentally the most complete, attractive, and satisfying. Only with Krishna can the jivas experience all varieties of relationships and bliss, fully fulfilling the innermost heart's desire of each living being. Considering all the above, all ISKCON devotees observe with deep devotion the Vyas Puja of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, the individual person who is the Shiksha Guru for all of us and also the Diksha Guru for many. We celebrate the festival on his appearance anniversary by the lunar calendar, not on Guru Purnima, not on a Guru Purnima, a holy day more focused on the general principle of Guru. By this choice of celebration days, ISKCON worships both the fundamental principle of Guru and the person who personifies the principle for us. Puja. Having considered the meaning of Vyasa in the term Vyasa Puja, now we turn our attention to Puja. Puja means to worship, and in terms of the Vedic tradition, it refers to a system of ritual offering of various items along with mantra. Incense, lamp, usually cotton dipped in ghee, water, flowers, and fans are the main items, though there can be more, such as an umbrella. In every religious system, there is some ceremonial worship of the deity, and many traditions also include worship of the spiritual preceptor. Worship of the Lord, the supreme deity, indicates the worshipper's reverence, gratitude, acceptance of a subservient position, surrender, and love. Because it is only through a spiritual master that anyone can know details of God and how to connect with Him, a worshipper feels a similar love and gratitude towards the Guru as is felt toward God. The Guru is not worshipped as God, but as the messenger of God, the friend of Krishna, and the well-wisher of the disciples. As Srila Prabhupada put it, the disciples should worship the spiritual master as the supreme personality of servitor Godhead. Everyone okay? Yes. Rupa Goswami explains in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu that each item of worship after being offered has the power to remove sins and illusion from the worshipper. Thus, when one smells the offered incense and flowers, wears the offered garlands, shows reverence to the offered flame, and sprinkles the offered water on one's head, purification follows. We worship to reciprocate with the knowledge, purification, and joy the Guru brings us, and the very act of offering purifies us further. Thus again, we offer worship to symbolically show gratitude and become further enlivened and enlightened. The puja is not, therefore, a ritual of unclear, unknown, or uncertain meaning. Each item expresses love already in the heart of the worshipper, and each item increases that love and deepens the relationship. The Guru, in turn, accepts each item in the mood of a servant of Krishna, much like ambassadors accept gifts on behalf of their government. Disciples. As explained above, Srila Prabhupada gave Harinam initiation and Gayatri Diksha to thousands of disciples, at least Harinam initiation to over 4,700 persons. Since he started ISKCON in the mid-60s, naturally many of those disciples have already passed away. The remaining disciples take the opportunity of Vyasa Puja to reflect on their relationship with their initiator guru even more deeply than is done on a daily basis. On this day, most disciples take the time to write Srila Prabhupada a letter expressing glorification, gratitude, and recommitment. Other activities are put aside for a day of fasting, meditation, offering, prayer, and then a celebratory feast. Memories of time spent with Srila Prabhupada, his personal dealings of love and instruction, and his life work further deepen the connection. Disciples end the day feeling renewed, refreshed, and rededicated. Followers. Some of Srila Prabhupada's disciples have themselves initiated disciples. These grand disciples of Srila Prabhupada also accept him as guru, though as Shiksha Guru or instructing guru, rather than as Diksha Guru or initiating guru. It is their Diksha Guru's relationship with Prabhupada that, for these grand disciples, provides the basis for the trust and love they place in their own guru. In ISKCON today, the number of Prabhupada's grand disciples is far greater, should be than? There's a mistake. Far greater than the number of his direct disciples, as a person's grandchildren generally outnumber his or her children. Indeed, in many parts of the world, Vyasa Puja ceremonies for Srila Prabhupada are in places he never went, and where there are only grand disciples indebted to him and carrying on his mission and mood. As far as outnumbering initiated grand disciples and uninitiated general followers and ISKCON members, such persons help with ISKCON's mission in various ways, study Srila Prabhupada's teachings to some extent, and practice various aspects of Krishna consciousness in their lives. While Vyasa Puja is generally a festival of the more committed members, the general membership also finds it a day to reflect on the role of Prabhupada in their lives and their relationship with him. Others. Vyasa Puja, along with this book of offerings presented on that day, has been a treasure trove for scholars and those outside the tradition who wish deeper understanding. Still, the festival and book are particularly relevant for those who have or wish to have a deep relationship with Prabhupada. It is not a festival that is a prime part of ISKCON's outreach to the general public. As such, it represents a more internal or intimate glimpse into the hearts and lives of ISKCON's spiritual practitioners. On this day and in these pages, one will find outpourings of love, of humility, of dedication, of confession, and of insight that are meant for sharing primarily among those who are steeped in the tradition and language, not just of Vaishnavism or even Gaudiya Vaishnavism, but of the particular culture and mood that is ISKCON. In this book and on this day, one finds reflection on past and present and hope for the future. Conclusion. The meaning of Vyasa Puja is ultimately as inscrutable as love itself. The bond between God and souls, reawakened by Guru, is eternal, deep, personal, and dynamic. Vyasa Puja celebrates and nourishes that love in ways the external celebrations of worship, glorifications, and banquets only hint at. May we all enter within the depths of that love. Urmila Devi Dasi, Acting Chair, Shastric Advisory Council to the GBC, Associate Editor, Back to Godhead Magazine, Professor of Sociology of Religion, Bhaktivedanta College, Radhadesh. Here's a picture of this. Mahendra. We'll just take a few reflections on that. Mukharvind.
Thank you, Maharaj. I was remembering a few years back you gave offering and then offering to Srila Prabhupada, and you were mentioning how the first line of his the Pranati mantra that says Om Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namne, how this name is so significant. There's a person behind there is a personality. When we say Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, he has his life he went through, the struggle that he went through, and similarly, I think Urmila Mataji very nicely pointed that how there is a personal aspect of the Guru, and there is a tattva, but also there is a person behind that, and that's what we don't celebrate on the traditional Guru
Purnima.
Guru Purnima, but we celebrate, so it balances out the both. I really like that point. Thank you.
Nice points. Well done. What else? Go ahead. We heard you check in. Go ahead.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
A little louder, please.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, can you hear me?
Yes.
Pradhanavad Prabhu, one day I was asking Aunt Supriya, and she was doing Guru Puja, and she said that some problem she was facing, and an astrologist said that you do Guru Puja for Prabhupada every day. I couldn't relate to that, and I was just thinking that usually astrologists give remedies like stones or some mantras that you recite this many times. But now, after hearing from you, I really understand the purpose of Guru Puja. How every item has some meaning, and we express our gratitude to Guru. And how each activity that we do in Krishna consciousness has deep meaning. From hearing your reading, it really, it kind of a paradigm shift for me to understand why we are doing what we are doing in all aspects of Krishna consciousness, and how Prabhupada was so thoughtful that he gave us all this process and believed that as we grow in Krishna consciousness, we will understand this, and it's happening. So I'm grateful to Prabhupada.
Thank you very much, Gandharvika Radhav. Deeply appreciate your comments. Karanath Prabhu?
I thought that Urmila very nicely and succinctly explained the principle that it's not a guru, but the guru, that is, the Supreme Personality of Servitor Godhead, is the universal spiritual master of everyone. Guru is one, and at the same time, we have a personal relationship with the individual who serves as our guru, and it's an individual relationship that with a personality who then therefore is not just some universal principle, and therefore we celebrate Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja on his own anniversary of his appearance, rather than just on the holiday Guru Purnima, which is, I think, Vyasadeva's appearance. I thought she explained that very, very nicely, and I just
thank you very much. Helpful. I appreciated how she mentioned at the end that the relationship is inscrutable, and I like that because there's always a tendency in institutions or any process to try to formalize it to the degree it becomes a stereotype. But I appreciated the point because it indicates that everyone has a unique relationship. That yes, the principles are there, the person's there, but everyone has their own relationship, and there may not be complete universality in that. In other words, even amongst Prabhupada's disciples, he treated them in various ways according to the way they approached him and their particular personalities and so forth. And so it's not something that can be nailed down and said, this is the way it is always, and it has to be like that. There's variety even within that principle and the relationship with the person. Anything else you want to extract? Yes.
I like how Urmila Mataji, she was saying that
closer.
She mentioned how Vyas Puja is a time for internal worship, and it's to reconfirm your commitment. And then she also said that oftentimes devotees will confess, write down their recommitments, and they'll confess things. And I kind of had a realization of this. I used to write a couple letters on Vyas Puja in the past years, just telling like my faults and things I'm going through, and just by writing it down on paper to my spiritual master and Srila Prabhupada, it really helped me kind of cope with those things and get over them.
Thank you. Nice point. Also related to that, I liked how she said that we have our own language within ISKCON. And that's indicative of the point I made earlier, that it's a unique situation. It happened at a particular time and place that Prabhupada came, and there's a context for that, the particular kind of language, the way we talk that we picked up from Prabhupada, and then the way that it developed over time, that only people in that group can understand and appreciate because of the sacrifices they've made, and also because of the subsequent bonds they've formed in serving Srila Prabhupada. So we're going to have some personal offerings to Srila Prabhupada, and first of all, I'd like to thank from all of us, thank all the devotees who came in very early this morning and have been working since yesterday and the day before and all week long, preparing a feast for Srila Prabhupada. They're all in the kitchen now. Hopefully they can hear this. So let's please thank them. Hare Krishna. Also, thank the devotees headed by Hansapriya, who put together the whole Janmashtami festival and then stayed up all night to clean the temple so that it's ready for the Vyasa Puja today. Hare Krishna. And then a request that if you're called upon to make an offering, then please don't hesitate and push somebody else forward, suggest that you go last or something like that. Just if you're called, just either come up or come out from the kitchen or whatever it is. Just be ready. You're on notice now that you could be called at any time. And they'll say, I thought I was going to go last or whatever. Please just do your duty and be detached. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. So, having said that, we also, just one last note, and that is that we have till around 12 o'clock, especially because it's a Tuesday and devotees are going to be taking off from work to come here for the festival. So it's not like we have unlimited time. We can't go all day today. So succinctness will also be appreciated. Succinctness will be appreciated. Of course, those who aren't here yet haven't heard that. And anyway, so we'd like to start. If you just have a few words to say to start off in the offerings. We will call Dayanidhi Prabhu. Will you come up and say a few words? Please welcome Dayanidhi Prabhu. Just from your heart.
I haven't thought about this at all. I had no
That's
idea
good.
you were going to call me.
Don't think. Just talk from your heart.
Om Agina Termandisya Gananjana Salakaya Chakshuram Litam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Namaha Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminita Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pachanine Navashesha Sunivari Paschadishtarne. Well, I mean, if it wasn't for Srila Prabhupada, there would be, what would be happening right now? I mean, it's quite amazing, actually, how many people have Jai Srila Prabhupada. I mean, and there's so many things to say, but what can I say? I'm grateful that Srila Prabhupada got on the boat, and sacrificed everything. He was living in Vrindavan, had no reason to leave Vrindavan. And, what an austerity, he performed, to leave Vrindavan, to leave the comfort of India. If it wasn't for Srila Prabhupada, I think this world would be finished. I can't think what to say. Anyway, I'm grateful to Srila Prabhupada for completely giving his entire everything for us. And as you can see, it's going on very strongly still. And I guess I can make one comment about some people who think that Srila Prabhupada, or that disciples of Srila Prabhupada can't become gurus themselves, is such an offensive thing to say about Srila Prabhupada. I've often thought that way back when I heard people say that, gurus started falling down, and people would say that nobody, no one's qualified to become a guru. And I immediately thought, what an offense to Srila Prabhupada to say such a thing, that you can't, that one of his disciples can't also become guru. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Navina Narada Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavari Paschatya Desha Tarine. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, in the chapter about the glories of Nityananda, Balaram, Srila Prabhupada is explaining how the first expansion of Krishna is Lord Balaram, and who is none different from Lord Nityananda, and vice versa. And he's the original spiritual master. And it is quite remarkable in how many features he expands in order to serve Krishna. In a similar way, I find it very remarkable how Srila Prabhupada expanded in so many different aspects of all of our lives in order to serve Krishna, glorify Krishna, and make Krishna available to the living entities. Just like Lord Balaram, he's the umbrella, he's the shoes, he's everything that's required in order to serve Krishna. In the same way, practically everything that we do, everything that we have, is given by Prabhupada. For what? In order to serve Krishna. Srila Prabhupada writes that the spiritual master is not the enjoyer of facilities of his disciples. Rather, the spiritual master is guiding the disciple, instructing him or her how to serve Krishna. And Srila Prabhupada is exemplifying that to the utmost degree by literally doing everything single-handedly till people started picking up the ropes. And he said, well, I was just ready to do it all, till somebody actually one day asked me, Swamiji, can we help you with this? When I was in Denmark, in Aarhus, I met one lady, and I showed her Prabhupada's books, and when she saw the picture, she almost fell off her bicycle. And she said, I know this man, I met this man. I said, it's not possible, he like sometimes people mistake. But she said, no, I'm from Hollywood, California. And when we were teenage girls, my friend said that the guru is in LA, we have to go see him. So we hitchhiked from Hollywood down to wherever the temple was. And she said, we threw flower petals when he got out of the car. And she said, I still have those flower petals. And she said it kind of with a mischievous smile, like, I'm in, I'm connected. I got the mercy, I met him. And then she gave me a donation and took books, and then she said, but this is not enough, I have to give you more. So she started giving me all her groceries, her fruit, her veg, she wanted to give me her bread. I said, it's okay, just relax, So, we cannot fathom how powerful the Acharya, the pure devotee, the eternal associate of the Lord is, and what position he may have in the spiritual world. And Srila Prabhupada just chuckled and said, if I would tell you, you wouldn't believe it. But just like it states in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, these official designations do not really add to the glory of these personalities. For the practitioner to know the intimate, the very confidential, and the very personal features and relationship is much more sweet, and it is much more relishable and desirable than to know their official titles that they may have in other situations. I'm awestruck and very much humbled to get a glimpse of what Srila Prabhupada has done for us on a daily basis, walking the streets of San Francisco and Berkeley and meeting people who met Prabhupada, who pulled Prabhupada's Ratha Yatra cart where he sat on in San Francisco. There's one gentleman who has a shop on Haight Street, and a devotee, Mirabai, she's working there, who is Srila Prabhupada's disciple. And he's still in great appreciation. But to see how Srila Prabhupada single-handedly started this movement, literally based on the pure faith in the order of his spiritual master, and how Krishna manifested all these miracles and is still manifesting them through all the people who abide by the order of the parampara and who make it their life's mission to serve the order of Sri Guru. So on this day, I humbly pray to the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada and all his sincere and dedicated followers that he may shower his mercy and blessings upon us, because it is only through this mercy that we can advance in spiritual life and render any service that is pleasing to him. It is said that the grandfather is more merciful than the father, because the father has to be strict and has to chastise. But the grandfather is very liberal to the grandchildren. So that gives us some hope. And we are very grateful for this opportunity to remember Srila Prabhupada's legacy, Srila Prabhupada's mission, Srila Prabhupada's movement, which is ever present and ever expanding. It is not limited by time and space. So let us take shelter at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada, very much so in the mood of that follower of the Ramanuja Sampradaya who said that we are simply making progress, just like the insect which is on the lion's body. And when the lion leaps, the insect also leaps with the lion. But in and of itself, it doesn't really have any strength to go places. So through our connection with Srila Prabhupada, we hope that we can do something that is pleasing to Krishna, that will make Srila Prabhupada proud. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you to His Grace Navina Nirada Prabhu. And next we have one of the early disciples of Srila Prabhupada, Sukada Devidasi, who will be here in 7 seconds or less. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Okay, we call Mahendra Prabhu because the 7 seconds are over. Oh, okay. Hare Krishna. Okay, that's true, yeah. Give to the senior devotees.
This is something I had written. I'm not a very good speaker, so I don't speak well off the top of my head.
We'll be the judge of that.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharani Nirvisesha Sunivani Paskacha Deshatarani. The seed of devotional service is obtainable by the mercy of Guru, the spiritual master, and Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the fall of 1970, as a young and immature 17-year-old, I was fortunate to have received the seed of devotional service from my dear Srila Prabhupada. Although at that time I was unaware that the seed had been planted, it slowly grew in my heart nonetheless. I was also unaware that my chanting and hearing of the Maha Mantra was watering that precious and fragile seed. But by your mercy, that tiny seed began to fructify. In those early days, we were your ragtag disciples trying to follow your instructions. At the Boston Commons, while doing Sankirtan and distributing your Back to Godhead magazine, our appearance with mismatched socks and flip-flops, the bald heads with the sikas, polyester cloth saris and dhotis could not conceal our enthusiasm to be out among the people doing what you asked of us, to share this Maha Mantra, share this Krishna consciousness with everyone. We were materially very poor in those days, and we didn't care about our appearance. We just wanted to please you by going out every day, all day, to help you in your mission to serve your spiritual master. To help us succeed, you gave us the framework for growing the seed of devotion. Rise early, chant 16 rounds, attend classes, follow the 4 regulated principles, and keep the association of devotees. By doing these things, the seed of devotion is watered and our journey to love of Godhead is assured. You taught us, according to Srila Rupa Goswami, that the first business of a devotee is to accept a bona fide spiritual master who can train the disciple to engage his or her various senses in rendering transcendental loving service to the Lord. We tried so very hard to please you in all that we did. Many times our attempts were not successful, but your mercy is boundless, and as we struggled constantly to please you, you accepted our attempts and you were pleased by our endeavors. You always showed us such mercy and compassion. You are such a loving spiritual Father. I have read and heard you say many times to just love Krishna. This is your message to everyone. As I struggle daily to be the disciple you want me to be, I remember these two words, love Krishna. These two words give me hope that the goal can be reached by following your instructions. You have given us the roadmap to Krishna out of your love and kindness and the desire to alleviate our suffering. If we stay on the path, the goal will be reached. As you rain your blessings and encouragements on us, our seed of devotion grows. I pray for your mercy and continued patience and tolerance for myself, a very fallen disciple. I pray to be better daily. I pray to be better daily, to be able to live up to what you hoped your disciple would and could be. Thank you, dear Srila Prabhupada, for accepting this insignificant soul as your disciple.
Thanks again to Sukada Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna. And now we call Mahendra Prabhu.
It wouldn't have done me any good to stay in the kitchen.
Can run, but you can't hide.
As with Dayanidhi Prabhu, I'm not particularly prepared. Omagana Timirandasya Ganan Gana Shalakaya Chakshun Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. And I kind of have my own translation of that, little variants. I was born in the darkness of ignorance, but my spiritual master and spiritual father, His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, has opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. At his feet I offer my most humble, respectful, and grateful obeisances. The invocation and first sutra in the Vedanta Sutras, Atato Brahma Jigyasa, now is the time to inquire into truth. This can be understood in several ways, but for the neophyte, it begins with striving to understand one's own nature, one's own self, one's own identity. And that is exactly what Srila Prabhupada gave us initially. He gave us ourselves. He taught us who we are. We would not have, we may have thought we were God, or we may have thought we were formless, which materially we are, but we may have thought that we were just part of a big ball of energy. But Srila Prabhupada taught us that we are individual spirit souls, and that we're part and parcel of Sri Krishna, the eternal spirit, the supreme spirit soul. Without Srila Prabhupada, we would not know who we are truly. If it can be said that I know who I am, it's still a work in progress. that was, I've said that, I think I've said that on numerous occasions, that told the story of how that struck me. Gargamuni, in a discussion one time, said, what has Prabhupada given us? He gave us ourselves. And for that, we owe him ourselves. I think that's what I want to say. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. Thank you, Prabhu.
Thanks to His Grace Mahendra Prabhu. Haribol. Is he coming? We welcome Her Grace Kanka Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Bhastaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharne Nirvasesha Sunivari Bhatskatara Setarne. Every year I go home and I write an offering, and then by this time I forget to bring it. But I sincerely am so grateful to Srila Prabhupada. I was just reflecting on how Vishaka's book is called 5 years and 11 months. So many of us had the personal presence of Prabhupada for such a short amount of time, but he means so much to us in our life, and we are so grateful. Just recently I was told about, well, we're all on this ocean, and recently I was hit by a big wave, and I was thinking how amazing it is that we have this transcendental knowledge that Prabhupada's given us, that we can remind each other and remind ourselves that we're spiritual beings, we're eternal spiritual beings. And last night when Vaish was reading the 12th chapter, I was thinking how valuable Bhagavad Gita is, because it really helps us in that the journey we have through this ocean of material life, where there's so much suffering. I mean, we see it daily in our own lives, and we also see it daily because we have this multimedia. So we see these things daily where people are suffering so much, and it's all because of the bodily platform of life. Prabhupada so kindly gave us this ability gave us this benediction. I feel like it was a benediction. When I met Srila Prabhupada in 1970, I just knew this was the man I was looking for. And he gave me my life. Just like Mahendra was saying, he taught me who I really am. And that gratitude seems to increase with age, knowing how valuable this gem is that he's given to me. And just a short story is that one time Prabhupada came into where I was sewing, and I was making some canopies for the San Francisco Rath Yatra in 74, and my son ran in and said, "Prabhupada, cookie." And Prabhupada said, "Yes, the way to make a friend is to give him a cookie." So I feel like so much Prabhupada, just little things like that, just passing out the cookies to the kids, and so many things, but so many big things. I mean, the books are just amazing, the depth of knowledge that he's given us and the ability for us to have this in our life. So I just want to say thank you for all your association. I know that the worldwide family that Prabhupada created is the most valuable. And this family here at ISV. So I better go before I start to cry. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
As the time goes on, more devotees will be coming in. So could all the men move over to this side a little bit so then ladies feel comfortable to sit down on that side when they come in? Thank you. Karinath Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. I offer my humble obeisances unto the lotus feet of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna. Having taken shelter of His lotus feet. Our obeisances are unto you, O spiritual master, servant of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami. You are kindly delivering the message of Lord Chaitanya Deva, preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Deva, and delivering the Western countries, which are filled with impersonalism and voidism. On this auspicious occasion of the anniversary of your appearance in this world, we meditate on your glorious qualities and accomplishments and try to express our gratitude, although, of course, it will be inadequate, whatever we can say. In the Jewish tradition, there's a song that's sung at Passover. It's kind of a fun song that the kids can sing. It has a chorus that you don't have to know a lot of Hebrew to just sing Dayenu, Dayenu, over and over again, Dayenu. And it's a song of gratitude. And of course, you know, in Sanskrit and in many modern Indian languages, the word Daya means mercy. But in Hebrew it means sufficient, enough. And Enu means unto us. And the idea of the song is that if you've just done this, it's describing, Passover is the celebration of escaping from bondage in Egypt. The entire nation of Israel was captured and transported to Egypt and made into slaves. And then, led by Moses, they were able to escape. And there were miracles like the Red Sea receded and the escaping Hebrews were able to cross on land. And then when the army of the Egyptians came to recapture them and prevent them from escaping, the water came back and drowned them all. There were different miracles. And then there were 40 years in the desert getting back to their promised land. So the song is saying, even if you just did this, that would have been enough that our gratitude would be, we would have to be so grateful. You would have but then if you'd just done that, that would have been enough. And they kept going on more different miracles. And so I thought this year, instead of trying to imperfectly try to list so many accomplishments of Srila Prabhupada, I would just speak about the Bhagavad Gita as it is, which alone is a miracle that would have been enough. By the way, I was thinking about this deliverance from bondage. Of course, in the Passover ceremony, it has different meanings, but they're actually physically in bondage and slavery. But I remembered the pastime of Sanatana Goswami when he was bribing a jailer and to accept some gold and let him free, and he said, in the Muslim tradition, it was a Muslim jailer, and he said that by freeing someone from bondage, you make great spiritual benefit. And of course, we understand it in a much more universal way, that everyone in this material concept of life is in bondage to our material bodies, our senses, our desires, our old age. And Srila Prabhupada is delivering us from bondage. He's like the Moses leading us from to the spiritual world, out of the material bondage. But the Bhagavad Gita, when I first started distributing Bhagavad Gita in the 1970s in the United States, of course we know that philosophers, Emerson, Thoreau, and Oppenheimer, and Einstein, and other people, Martin Luther King, had read Bhagavad Gita. But when I met people in the shopping malls and national parks, and we were going to state fairs and things, the common people in America, most of them had never even heard of Bhagavad Gita. And even though I was telling them that this is, the essential, most revered scripture of one of the world's major religions, that is over a billion Hindus revere, even I wasn't really sure. I was a new devotee, and I was believing everything that I was being told, but I didn't really know so much about Bhagavad Gita. And nowadays I see, when I go out and meet people, I see a lot of Americans have at least heard of it. And sometimes they tell me it's required in their college classes or even in their high school. I've heard politicians speak about Bhagavad Gita in American elections, which was unheard of in the 1970s. And I think it may be due to many factors, but I think in large part Srila Prabhupada gets a lot of credit for that, because as he mentioned in the introduction to Bhagavad Gita, that when an American lady approached him to recommend an English commentary and translation of Bhagavad Gita in the 1960s, even though there were so many English versions of Bhagavad Gita available here and also in India, but he couldn't think of one that actually explained the essence of Bhagavad Gita, which Srila Prabhupada's commentary makes perfectly clear. Once you see it, once you read Srila Prabhupada's commentary, you immediately understand that the Bhagavad Gita is about Krishna speaking about himself, declaring himself to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It's even called Bhagavad Gita. He's Bhagavan, the personality of Godhead. And he's speaking to Arjuna, and he tells Arjuna over and over again that I'm speaking to you this confidential knowledge because you're my devotee, because you're my friend, because you are not envious of me. He even says that this confidential secret, most confidential secret of all secrets of Bhagavad Gita, it's never to be explained. It cannot be explained. The mystery of devotional service and how Krishna is a person, even though he's the ultimate source of everything and the ultimate Godhead, is something that you can't understand it if you're not a devotee, if you're not austere, if you're not actually engaged in attentive devotional service. And yet, there are so many non-devotee commentators that miss the whole point and even minimize the importance of Krishna. And I've looked on the internet to see what other people are saying when they're giving classes, lectures on Bhagavad Gita. And it's shocking for anyone who's read Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita to see that there are still people out there that are minimizing Krishna, that are saying that when Krishna talks about himself, of course he doesn't mean him, the person. he means the unmanifest. Sometimes they're even saying that Krishna is a fictional character in whom the poet has, given these teachings through the mouth of, and doesn't really exist. And it's like performing the play Hamlet without without the character. Sometimes Shakespeare's plays are long, and so they take some parts of it out to make it a little shorter and easier to present. But there's a saying to perform the play Hamlet without the prince. That is, the whole play is about the dilemma of this protagonist, the main character, Hamlet, and if you cut him out, how could you be presenting that play? So, Srila Prabhupada, I was once at a Hindu temple's executive conference, and I was talking about, I was given a breakout session to talk to about 40 people about the Motel Gita program and how we're distributing Bhagavad. In fact, Mayapur Bihari told me last night that we've placed over 400,000 Bhagavad Gitas. In motel rooms. And I was speaking about that, and then the next man because it was a breakout session and there was groups of us to speak, and the next man who was to speak was a doctor who was founding some Sanskrit school or something like that. I don't really quite remember. But he took up much of his time glorifying Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita. After, he had heard me speak, he said, people ask me, and someone, I'm a doctor and I'm a learned man, and people ask me to speak about something, and I was once asked to give a presentation on Bhagavad Gita, and I realized that I really didn't know much about it, even though it's my own holy book. So I read Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita as it is, and it all became clear to me. It all became crystal clear to me. What I had always thought was complex and indecipherable just fell into place and became clear to me. And this is Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita. If he had just written that Bhagavad Gita, it would have been enough. That it's really, he's delivering the Western countries from impersonalism and voidism, and not only in the West, but even among Hindus, there's still impersonalists and voidists out there. One other thing he gave us was he gave us a field and a duty that we won't be able to accomplish in our lifetimes, but he's shown us, Srila Prabhupada has shown us by his example how a disciple dedicates himself to the order of the spiritual master and carries it out with intelligence, with determination, with unflagging energy, with skill. And Srila Prabhupada showed how he fulfilled the order of Bhaktisiddhanta to preach in the English-speaking world. And then he gave us all the mission to distribute his books and to establish the teachings of Lord Chaitanya throughout this earth. There's the phrase, Prabhu Tata Desh, a spiritual master may give you a particular preaching field. But Srila Prabhupada has given this international society for Krishna consciousness to preach in all different nations. And he's given us the tools and weapons with which to conquer impersonalism and voidism, including Bhagavad Gita as it is. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Our thanks to Karnath Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Let's welcome Shrisha Dasi Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Nam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Picharine Nirvishesha Sunyavari Paschatya Desha Tarine. So I would first like to thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm very honored to be here. It's a privilege. I'm going to focus on just a couple things. One is my gratitude, and the other is a word that was mentioned when you were reading, I believe, the introduction, inscrutable. And I leaned over and asked Vishaka, what does that mean? And so she looked it up on her phone, and it was not exactly as I had interpreted it in my mind, It was more like mystic, unable to define. So if you scrutinize something, you're trying to define it. If it's inscrutable, it's like, or unscrutable, I don't know, I forgot. You can't. It's more mystical. So my original purpose to speak is just to express my gratitude to my spiritual master. It's that. It's mystical. It's inconceivable. The first time I heard the mantra was in 1968. I was a college student. Allen Ginsberg came and spoke at our college. And at the end, he chanted the Maha Mantra. And in retrospect, now I realize that's the first time I heard it. So the seed is planted unknowingly. And I wasn't really interested in spiritual life at all. So that's amazing. I got a job as a teacher. I worked as a social worker. I saw the devotees on the street in Laguna Beach. And I was like, those people are so weird. I hope they don't walk up to me. Right? But a fellow did walk up and either gave me a flower or incense, and I scurried on because I didn't want to be any part of that. It was so bizarre. And then I quit teaching, and I was saturated with material existence. And I decided that there was something more. There had to be something more. And I met my husband, who said he was into yoga. His name was Yuga Dharma. And together we went, on a little adventure with other hippie types to be spiritual. But in that adventure, his brother brought us a Bhagavad Gita. He brought us Japa Mala. And he brought us the Radha Krishna Temple record and a songbook. So my gratitude is for all those gifts unknowingly given that are dragging me along, and I am dragged along. It's 1972, and it's been I'm 72 now. I don't know, 27 to 72. I'm still dragged along by this mercy that I can't explain it. I have not had a lot of association with Srila Prabhupada, in bodily association. I saw him the first time in Los Angeles from a distance, and when I saw him, I was committed. By his presence, I became committed. I never read the Bhagavad Gita. I wasn't chanting. I liked the songs. I loved to sing along with the record. But when I saw Srila Prabhupada, it verified that for me, he is genuine. And I will commit to the genuineness that just hit me from across that room. And that's what's kept me. And that's what I'm so grateful for. And that's what I want to thank him for giving me that gift for all these years of 36 years of marriage, 4 children, 7 grandchildren. I don't live close to a temple. As we were working in there, I was saying, the only book I read in the beginning was Krishna book, because I read it to my children, and I loved Krishna book. I never really read very much scripture. But I still had a commitment, and that is unexplainable. The gift that someone who carries the truth can give you and change your whole life. And so when I heard Vishnu Jajanan on a cassette or a CD or something, saying to people, we're not asking you to wear these clothes or cut your hair, we're asking you for a change of consciousness. And I thought, that's the key for me. I'm trying to change my consciousness, and it's not easy. And I have lots of questions all the time. I am so grateful to Vishaka and her book, which was like, yes, that's it, that's the struggle. And all of the older disciples or my god brothers and god sisters who share with me their struggle, because it's not easy for me. And I think it's probably not easy for a lot of people. But when we have each other and we can share with each other, and Prabhupada has given us that also. So I just want to thank everyone. I want to thank all of you who are here, all my god brothers and god sisters, and obviously my spiritual master who he had faith in me. He gave me initiation, so he had faith in me. So I'm trying to reciprocate that faith. I'm trying to please him the best I can. That's Hare Krishna.
Thanks again to Srisha Dasi. Hare Krishna. Now we call Madhava Govinda. Chop, chop. Fix the mic. Fix it again, up higher.
Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Nam Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarini. I offer my respectful obeisances to Srila Prabhupada. For me, first I'm in shock actually. For me, the association of Srila Prabhupada was mainly through his books, and the more in the recent times, by distributing the books, I have seen how people actually really appreciate them, and just by seeing their appreciation, my appreciation also develops for these books. That these are not just some mundane books that we are giving out, or sometimes it may see that here we have to give out these books, but when we meet people who actually really appreciate, and you see the transformation of people and their consciousness, it actually gives a lot of faith for me personally to see how Srila Prabhupada was personally empowered by Krishna to actually give this message. And everything that I see in that happens within our society of Krishna consciousness, it's all the blessings of Srila Prabhupada, beginning from beginning from sweeping the floor to the point of giving classes or distributing books or any other service in between. It actually all is because of the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. There's nothing that happens that's happening without his grace. On this auspicious day, I beg for the mercy and blessings of Srila Prabhupada and all his esteemed disciples, so that I can continue being an instrument of compassion of his mercy for all the people of the world. Thank you.
Thanks to Madhava Govinda Das. Hare Krishna. And next we have Her Grace Mahaguna. Prabhupada wrote, adore ye all, the happy day, blessed than heaven, sweeter than May. When he appeared at Puri, the holy place, my Lord and Master, his divine grace. O my Master, the evangelic angel, give us thy light, light up thy candle, struggle for existence a human race, the only hope, your divine grace. Misled we are, all growing astray, save us, Lord, our fervent pray. Wonder thy ways, to turn our face, adore thy feet, your divine grace. Forgotten Krishna, we've fallen souls, paying most heavily the illusion's toll. Darkness around, all distress, the only hope, your divine grace. Message of service thou hast brought, a meaningful life as Chaitanya wrought. Unknown to all, it's full of grace. That's your gift, your divine grace. Absolute is sentient, thou hast proved. Impersonal calamity thou hast removed. This gives a life anew and fresh. Worship thy feet, your divine grace. Had you not come, who had told the message of Krishna forceful and bold? That's your right. You have the mace. Save me, a fallen, your divine grace. Save me, a fallen, your divine grace. The line of service as drawn by you is pleasing and healthy like morning dew. The oldest of all, but in new dress, miracle done, your divine grace. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Now, Her Grace Mahaguna Devi Dasi Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Okay. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhuttare Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tanamani Namaste Saraswati Deve Gurubani Pachar Navasasa Sinapadi Paskachada Satarini. So this time I had wrote something, so it'll be a little bit more organized to glorify Prabhupada. I heard someone said, being graced means you have a responsibility, not only for yourself, but for others, to help others. So when I look back my life, I had many grace. Grace is like causeless mercy. Of course, biggest grace I had was being accepted by Srila Prabhupada as one of his disciples. And I always thought I was so lucky, so, in the right place and the right time. But that wasn't just it. Even when I had initiation, I was still very much attached to material life. And I'm thinking, that's not so bad, So somehow Prabhupada had given this causeless mercy, special grace on me. But at that time, I was not aware what was the plan and what was my responsibility by giving this special causeless mercy. I know Prabhupada knew it, Krishna knew it, but I was very oblivious. And a couple weeks ago, I went to China with my husband, and I had a good fortune to meet Borijan Prabhu. The Borijan was the first devotee that I met in Japan. It was 1970. And we're talking, different things. And he used to give Bhagavad Gita class disguising this is an English conversation course. So we all attended, but I didn't speak any English and he didn't speak any Japanese. So class itself wasn't so successful, I don't think. But I really felt his sincerity to somehow serving his guru and Krishna, and that his kindness. And I was very attracted to that. And so I kept going, but that was another grace that I didn't know. It was a yata skriti. Somehow I was being able to serve Prabhupada's disciple unknowingly. I'm thinking, I have to help these people. These people need help. In some ways that I felt that way. So that was another big grace that I had. And let's see. And he also asked me, Boyjan had asked me that why did I stay in Krishna consciousness? Because we didn't have any Japanese books. On my part, I didn't have any, interest in spiritual life. So what kept you going? And when I think back, I think I liked the devotees. Not so much prasadam, not so much anything else, but I really liked the devotees. And that was something that Prabhupada had given us. That he sacrificed his life and soul to come and distribute this knowledge to every little town and village, even in Tokyo, where nobody was there before. And just to save the soul, like myself, that doesn't have any interest. So that was another grace, I feel. And So I had so many wonderful causeless mercy in that way. And then Boyjan finally had asked, we were talking about it, and he said, and now we're getting old, we're all, in our 60s and 70s. So he said, what do you want to leave your legacy? Legacy is a big word, but what do you want everyone to remember if you, leave your body? And I was thinking, I said, well, I don't know. But then I thought about it later, that the time that Prabhupada gave me initiation and called myself and Sachidev to his room and told us to go back to Japan and preach. And that was the direct order from Srila Prabhupada. So I think in order to be responsible for grace, in order to follow his order, in order to pay this great debt to Prabhupada, that's what we have to do. Somehow I can be an instrument to help Japanese people in that way. And so I always pray to Krishna that I could be transparent, that I have no power, I have no power, I have no knowledge, but somehow if I can have Prabhupada's message go through me and convey that to Japanese people, that would be my desire to serve Prabhupada. So I pray for him that I could do that, I could continue to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Her Grace Mahaguna Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna. Govinda Charan, Prabhu. Please.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pashtaya Bhutale Shrimate Indridimna Swaminata Namane Namo Prabhupada Priyadasaya Jagannatha Yatrananda Murti Bhakta Sukhaya Krishna Utkirtanena Nashangena Rakshitaya Namaha Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pashtaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminata Namane Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvisesha Shravnavadi Paschata Deshatarane Vancha Kalpatarubhesha Kripa Sindhu Bevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So one of the things I was thinking of is it's so hard to glorify Srila Prabhupada because his impact on our life is so vast. We cannot separate or we cannot attribute anything in particular to him. Our whole life is completely molded by Srila Prabhupada. So often I think of like the way we think, the way we dress, the way we work, the way we eat. Srila Prabhupada has influenced every aspect of our lives. And for many of us, even though we haven't met Srila Prabhupada, we never feel that way that, I haven't met this person. He's like as much alive in our lives as anybody else that we know. And so we are so fortunate to have that mercy coming through his followers that are giving us that opportunity and access to him. One of the things that throughout the year I've been constantly appreciating about Srila Prabhupada is how he has given us the perfect knowledge and the vision. Because there are so many philosophies in this world. Every individual is a Atma having a free will, so they can come up with their own theory and philosophy. And as stated in the first verse of the Bhagavatam, even the great demigods get bewildered as to what is the truth and what is not truth. Like that. So, especially being in professional circles, you will see so many people have ideas for changing the world, making it a better place, coming up with different technologies and sincerely hoping that those things would change their lives. And if every time I see such an article or come across a talk like that is so promising and it looks so real, I think of Srila Prabhupada. If not for Srila Prabhupada, we would have been easily carried away by those conceptions of life and we would have devoted our life for those causes. And Srila Prabhupada is protecting us from falling into such illusion by his perfect exposition of Krishna's Bhagavad Gita as it is. And we can never be grateful enough for that purpose. It's like every time it's like I feel like Srila Prabhupada is saving us from every single conception of life that we could have otherwise had to make our life or our aspirations become successful. And the fact that Srila Prabhupada has not just given us the Krishna's philosophy, but he has also taken us through how every alternate conception is not what you want or not valid. He has I mean that's from his lectures and conversations, and he has assimilated the philosophy so much and being able to present it in such a baby food for us. Many of us we don't have a philosophical background, or we don't have that kind of intelligence to appreciate all these nuances, but Srila Prabhupada has been so expert to give us that cream of all the knowledge and fortify us to apply and stay on the path of Krishna consciousness. So that's one thing I was thinking of. And also the association of all the senior devotees who are here especially. We're really so thankful to all of you because you are giving us the faith and the path that in 40 years the way you have dedicated all your life to Srila Prabhupada, and you are continuing to do that and growing more and more. Is without such living examples, we wouldn't be able to appreciate Srila Prabhupada's philosophy. So we are really thankful to all of you for that as well. Hare Krishna.
Ananda Kirtan, Prabhu, please.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Pradale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shrunivari Pashtatadi Shadarine. Just reflecting on what all these great souls said previously before me. It's really amazing how Srila Prabhupada molded all our lives. From he gave us sadhana, he gave us prasadam, and he gave us international family. A bondage of brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers and god uncles. We're connected to a movement, and not only that, but he's giving us a mission in life, something to live for. And I heard a saying that if you have nothing to die for, then you actually have nothing to live for. So Prabhupada is giving us something that we can dedicate our whole life to, and by engaging in something that's very dear to him, I feel very intimately connected with Srila Prabhupada and the whole parampara by distributing his books and trying to teach others how to do that. Previously, before coming to the movement, I was basically just some hippie guy wandering the streets, not really doing anything successful or anything to benefit the world. But Prabhupada gives the example that just like a farmer boy, when he goes into the military and he does something courageous for his country, then actually he's glorified and he becomes important. So someone as useless as I am just because I'm trying to engage in Srila Prabhupada's movement and his desire, now my life has actually become somewhat useful. So, and I'm very grateful to get the association of all his disciples. And Yadubar Prabhu, I have to apologize because he's been wanting me to tell this story about what happened on book distribution, and I didn't do it yesterday. So maybe I could do it real quick right now. I was in Long Beach, California. There was a vegan festival where there were bands playing and promotion of veganism. And I was distributing books. I was getting people while they were parking their cars. And I would humbly knock or tap on their window and present the books to them. And this one car was full of four people. And I was showing them the books, and immediately the driver, with great enthusiasm, asked me if I was a Hare Krishna. And I replied yes. And he was so excited because he said that they live in Santa Monica, and they had just previously saw the Hare Krishna movie. Everyone in the car went to go see the movie. And the person, how he reacted, he was actually like stuttering. It was such a great movie. It was actually life-changing. And with a big smile, and he said, yeah, we'll take all your books. And all four of them took a few books. Were very enthusiastic. They gave donations the whole time. They had beaming, smiling faces. And I gave them my contacts. And they were just glorifying the movie. They were glorifying Prabhupada. And they were very eager to read the books. So thank you very much.
Kumari Leela.
नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामीति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्देशतारिणे. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your services, all glories to your movement, and all glories to your representatives. In the beginning I was thinking I'm not prepared, but then suddenly somehow question came in my mind that do I really need to get prepared to glorify my grandfather? Then answer was no. Then I thought this is the time and this is the thing that I need to move forward and think about it, that how to be spontaneous in your service, in your glorification, and for whatever you want from me. Throughout the year I was thinking about it, how do I do something better? How do I do my services? What can I do something better that come up to your pleasure? But going to the different centers around the world, I came to one strong point that when the Mahabharata war was over and Uttara was running towards Krishna and she was praying to Krishna to save Parikshit Maharaj from the Brahmastra. So when we move around the world and there are so many things moving around, I feel so protected and so much sheltered under the umbrella of the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. If you were not the savior, there was no hope. No hope where we would have been wandering, where we have been spending our time without knowing what we are doing and without the goal of life. So thank you so much for creating that umbrella for us and protecting us from this very difficult to deal with Maya. Thank you so much for that. You have changed so many lives. When we heard so many stories, like just by feeding the halwa, you have changed the person's life. Just by giving the good compassion and the good response to the lady who was living next to some of the Sankirtan center, and you just 2 minutes of talk change her life, and you just make people different what they are. So you are unbelievable, Prabhupada. Thank you for your presence in our lives, and thank you for giving us what we never thought about it. So far I have been trying to share the books by whatever the minimum knowledge we know and the training we get. But reading your books, I feel that I'm such an ignorant. I'm such ignorant that whatever you have speak, I'm not able to follow so far. I'm not able to understand what is the duty of a woman. I never thought about it, and I was always under the false ego that I can do anything. But now I am understanding that I am such ignorant. So I'm praying on this auspicious day. So please give me your shelter, and please give me understanding that I can understand your words the way you want us to be in action, and the same time to be as your disciple of disciples. That's only hope. And of course we are so grateful to all your representatives, because if they were not here, they haven't asked us to speak anything or to think about you. I don't think so I have ever think about these things. So I'm in debt to your representatives, your disciples, and their live examples. They are carrying us, they are helping us, and dragging us towards your vision. At this auspicious day, I am just praying for your grace, for giving us some opportunity that we can understand your message, your vision, and with the enthusiasm we can carry forward and share the compassion that you have for everyone. You have changed so many people's life. So please use us as an instrument the way you want us to be used. That's only hope, and that's only prayer. Thank you so much, Prabhupada. You are servant of servant, Kumari Lila Devdasi.
Now we have Mahendra part 2. Right?
I guess so.
Yeah, I could tell. Please come back up.
Well, I can read it until I get it accurately. I forgot to bring the printout so I can say it in my hand.
Okay, you can see it either side. You can sit here.
It's up on the board.
It's there too.
Oh, okay. If I can see that far.
He can make it bigger, right?
This is a portion that I have always found extremely potent and cogent. I can hold it. From Srila Prabhupada's own Vyaspuja offering to his spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. 1936. It's a portion of that offering. I think some other portion of that offering is in this Vyaspuja book. And I'll just read the quote. Personally, I have no hope for any direct service for the coming crores of births of the sojourn of my life, but I am confident that someday or other I shall be delivered from this mire of delusion in which I am at present so deeply sunk. Therefore, let me with all my earnestness pray at the lotus feet of my Divine Master to allow me to suffer the lot for which I am destined due to my past misdoings, but to let me have this power of recollection that I am nothing but a tiny servant of the Almighty Absolute Godhead, realized through the unflinching mercy of my Divine Master. Let me therefore bow down at his lotus feet with all the humility at my command.
Bhaktivatsal Prabhu.
Okay, thank you. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatayadisitarine. So I have something that I want to read, but first, since everybody's been speaking from their heart and it's so moving, I wanted to relay a couple of feelings myself, because I think that when you speak from the heart, you soften your heart, especially when you're praising Srila Prabhupada. So many years ago, I think I was 15, my sister Nirakula suggested that I come out to Los Angeles and spend the summer at the LA Temple. And one of the services I had was assisting Hashapriya Prabhu with the Sankirtan office. So I would scrub the cars, load up books, count money, endless pennies, rolling them, because we didn't have a machine to do it in those days, and mixing peanuts and raisins for the devotees to take out so they could have something to eat while they were out on book distribution. So that was one of my services. And one day, Srila Prabhupada was visiting, and I had no idea what that meant, but everybody was so excited. And I was in the Sankirtan office with Hashapriya Prabhu, and he said, let's stop what we're doing because Prabhupada's going to have darshan in his garden. So we went to the garden, and I was really nervous, and I didn't know why I was scared. But Prabhupada came into the garden, and we all offered our obeisances. And Prabhupada very quietly sat there for a moment, and he looked around. There was only about 20 devotees because everybody was out on Sankirtan, and he had been there for a couple of days already, so the people that came to visit him had already seen him and gone back to their temples that they were taking care of. So anyway, there was, like I said, there was only about 20, maybe 30 of us in the garden. If you've been to Los Angeles Temple, you know the garden's not very big. And so Prabhupada started looking over the congregation there, and his eyes met mine, and it seemed like an eternity that he was staring at me, and I was petrified. I thought, oh my God, I'm doing something wrong, because I was standing and everybody else was sitting, so I thought, oh, I better sit down. So I sat down, and he was still looking at me, it felt like, and I thought, oh no, I'm making some big mistake. What am I doing wrong? And I couldn't understand what was happening. So years later, I heard Nirakula relate the same story, that she was standing on the balcony in the LA Temple, and Prabhupada looked right at her, and it seemed like an eternity. And then she saw the video of that happening, and Prabhupada just quickly glanced over the audience before he turned to the deities, and it struck her. I had this feeling that he was looking at me forever. And so I realized that was what happened to me. He wasn't staring at me for a long time. And over the years, I've learned to think that what he was doing was he was qualifying me. We have so many births that we've been misdirected and not paying attention to our love for Krishna. And here was Srila Prabhupada, who had left Vrindavan to come do that for us. And in that moment where he was looking at me, he was qualifying me to stop what I was doing, to stop this repeated birth after birth situation I was in. And another time when I met Prabhupada, I made an offense. I said, how you doing, instead of offering my obeisances, and I think I've said that story here before. But each time I felt like I was rescued, sometimes by his disciples and sometimes by his causeless mercy, just knowing that I was okay afterwards. Like when I left the garden and went back to my service in the Sankirtan office, I realized I didn't make any offenses while I was standing there, except to maybe be standing for longer than everybody else. And again, wondering what that was that Prabhupada was doing by looking at me like that. And the other thing is, I didn't get to take initiation from Srila Prabhupada, but I have the incredible good fortune of having very good friends that are his disciples and my family. And like they say that if you look at the father or the mother, you can see the qualities in the children of the parents. And I see all the qualities of Srila Prabhupada in all his disciples. So that's important to me. But I want to read you something that I wrote when I couldn't sleep last night. And I said, "My dear Srila Prabhupada, Webster defines a house as a building for human habitation, especially one that is lived in by family or a small group of people, or a building in which people meet for a particular activity. It is said you built a house for the whole world to live. From our very humble beginnings at a small house on New Jersey Avenue in San Jose, to a small storefront where we tolerated neighbors who despised us and where we had to hold festivals in a karate studio, to a small building on Bascom Avenue that was less than tolerable. But we persisted. We gathered, we prayed, and we worshiped in some difficult conditions, but your house persisted, and our small group of devotees grew into one of the most dedicated and inspiring congregations in your movement. We persist because you asked us to, because your causeless mercy has blessed us all with love of Godhead, and above all, because we want to please you and Krishna. Without your ability to fill our hearts with transcendental knowledge, we would not be who we are today. We beg you to shower us with your blessings and allow us to continue to try to please you and Krishna. You are our Lord, birth after birth, address after address, obstacle after obstacle, and we take shelter of your lotus feet. Your humble servant, Bhagavad Gita Srila. Haribol.
Thank you to Bhaktivatsal. All of Dara Rupa Prabhu.
ओम ज्ञानतिमिरन्दस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकाय चक्षुरुन्मिलितं तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामीति नामिने। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामीति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य सतारिणे। I would just speak something for my own purification in front of all exhausted devotees here and Vaishnavas, seeking your blessing. Earlier this year, or I would say in last 1 year, when Madhvanand Prabhu from Jagannath Puri, he visited here, and in his workshop, when I heard the sentence, he mentioned like, when he translated the books, he talks to the different acharyas, conversing on different path, different faith, and he said like people talk different things, like so many things about ISKCON, but one thing is everything is common. He heard more is like everyone love Srila Prabhupada from ISKCON, like anything. They never seen anyone loving their spiritual master like the devotees in ISKCON loving Srila Prabhupada. And that was very profound in my heart. And like what it makes his disciples to love Srila Prabhupada, what was the Srila Prabhupada was, to understand his mercy, understand his mood. It is inconceivable. other example I was reading is like Yogendra Swami Maharaj. He went to Jammu Kashmir to start preaching programs just to please Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada mentioned that anyone goes to the Muslim countries to preach the Krishna consciousness, he'll be so pleased. And to just please the Srila Prabhupada, he started doing that. And as we see the Prabhupada disciples all around our life, we see, how they move by the, living example. Like, even though with their bare age, no, bodily conditions are bearing them to please the Srila Prabhupada. Like, they start, like the day 2 a.m. or, 4 a.m. and it still goes till midnight. Like yesterday I was saying that, till 2 a.m. and they were leading the example to us to follow, which is really, really hard for myself. But that's the hope and pray one day, like, I can be a little instrument in that and please the Srila Prabhupada and his disciples. I would personally say, Srila Prabhupada, your morning japa walk and your purpose are really enlivening. Especially like personally whenever I get ready for office, sometimes I hear the morning talk with Srila Prabhupada and other devotees, and some points are so profound. I would say one is like Prabhupada was mentioning educating in education of God consciousness or Krishna consciousness to the different people or different education systems where people get a chance to learn about God consciousness. And one devotee mentioned, Prabhupada, but everyone has their own theory of God consciousness. Then Prabhupada mentioned, can you have your own mathematics? So that was really simple example and was really profound to me. Like, yeah, you cannot have your own mathematics. You have to, whatever the textbook says. So similarly, like what the scripture says, that's a real God consciousness. And other day, I think it was on 1970s, Prabhupada was talking to the reporter from CBS in Los Angeles, and that reporter was asking, like, we have so many different gurus nowadays talking about the meditation, talking about the different yoga practices, and he mentioned someone so-and-so name. There was no name mentioned in the article. I think this is a journey of self-discovery book. And there, Prabhupada says, like, he is rascal. Prabhupada was very clear in his preaching and his message. And then Prabhupada was mentioning about the spiritual master, the quality of spiritual master. And then he started, narrating whole Mangala Artik, like one by one sentence. And within that, like one sentence which touched my heart and remember, so far is like, Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Vaditra Madhyan Manasum Vasena. So in that he is translating like the spiritual master is the one who singing and chanting the holy name and dancing. It's like when the devotee dance is not a material dance, but they are dancing out of spiritual ecstasy. And that is personally, like I like to, dance with the devotees. And that point something, like I relate very well. To be in a practically perform the devotional service with the devotee and with the association. Prabhupada, you have given the complete process, and you mentioned that is simple for the people who take it in that simple way. And personalities like George Harrison, you have given those. And I remember a couple of weeks ago we went to Head and Asbury, and over there showing the Krishna book. And the way we started showing the Krishna book is just open that page where the George Harrison wrote a sentence, all you need is love, Krishna, Haribol, and then his signature. And when we saw to the people, they were completely in a mood and they like it, and the pictures within the books, they like it, and they took the books. So Prabhupada, the way you preach to the people and way you set up the examples, that is, I'm really feeling myself proud about. In this life, there are so many things proud about in a terms of false ego. But when I really think about, I'm proud about, is like I am, like holding by the devotees of ISKCON, and I'm around with them, and that's, makes me so proud about. So thank you so much, Sri what you did for us, and I'm eternally grateful to you, your disciples, and all the devotees around us. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Haladara Rupa. Haribo. The next, Shraddha Devi Dasi is coming from the western wing of the building. Also, someone please help arrange the seating. There's some devotees who are left without an asana in the back. Their vision is blocked. Madhav Govinda, help arrange the seating. Make it nice so everyone can see and is seated on something. There's chairs up for here too that are available. These are box seats. I don't know what that is. They don't have box seats in cricket. Okay, the luxury box. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. There's a word in the English dictionary called extempore, and it has a French origin. I know, Maharaj, you'll ask for the origin. So it basically means speaking, giving a speech without preparation, and that's what that's the situation in which I am today. I somehow mistakenly thought that we will have the Grand Disciple appreciation on Saturday, so my mistake and apologies. People can speak extempore and speak from the heart when they have a heart like Kumari Leela Mataji's. I was listening to your wonderful presentation. But my heart has been tainted from all kinds of anarthas that I have performed in my personal life as well as in my work life. Talking about work life, this year was an amazing year for me because right in the beginning I was laid off from work, a place where I had worked for 35 years. And I worked there as a director. The first day was pretty mind-boggling. It was difficult to come to grips with that. And then I started looking at Prabhupada's life and the difficulties that he faced. And I found something in common because both Prabhupada and I worked in the position of a director. He was a director too. But anyway, I think that's where the commonality ends because Prabhupada is so much more exalted. So I feel today, as I'm sitting here many months later, I feel so very fortunate for several reasons. One was that I got a chance to roll kachoris today, something which Prabhupada really liked a lot. I was reading his Leela Amrita. Now that I was laid off, I had all the time to go deeper into his books, and that he liked those. Second thing was that it also gave me an opportunity to look at the difference between devotees and other people. Because when I was laid off, I wrote an email, 2 separate messages, one for the devotees and one for my colleagues at work. And the reactions that they gave in response to what happened to me was amazing, because it showed what a devotee is and one who's not. Because my colleagues said things like, shocking, amazing, disgusting, how can they do that, your company sucks, and things like that. Or, I'll be willing to sponsor you, and, I'll happy to be a reference, and things like that. But on the other hand, all the devotees just responded with one simple sentence, and they just said that Krishna has better things for you. It was so simple. Krishna has better things for you. So that was a big boost for me. And so today, when Mahaguna Mataji was saying in her speech that the best thing that she liked about it was devotees, and I would just second that's very much true. And that I witnessed today in the morning while I was helping Prabhupada, your disciples, with the kachori making. And Hansapriya Mataji walked in and she said some routine things, and then she left. And then all of them started glorifying her. And I was just thinking that this is so different. Like, this is how devotees behave. Whereas in the corporate world, like, you have to leave the room and then they start criticizing you. So this was such an amazing experience. And so as I am standing in this very critical juncture in life, which looks critical from other perspective, but I'm just thinking that as I applied for jobs, different jobs, I would reach certain stages in the interview process. Almost the final stages to the end that you're going to get the letter tomorrow. And also people said that at your level, it's difficult to get a job just by applying online. You should actually have some inside connections. So I found some inside connections also. And the amazing thing was that there were 3 inside connections I found, and all 3 of them, when they arranged a meeting, their mother died. And I was like, what is this? It can't happen 3 times in a row. There has to be some, message coming from that. So then I really sat and I thought, and that's when I approached my Guru Maharaj and said that there's something more to that than just being laid off, and I could get a job. And Radhika Prabhu had helped me a lot with writing the resume, and that's again at that time it was I noticed that devotees are so different, like where people at work came back and said things like it's shocking and the company sucks and things like that. Nobody came out to help me really. But a devotee actually said that I know what it means to go through this process and your mind won't work, because I was going to fly to India to do the yatra with my Maharaj. And so he said, I know how difficult it is. So just give me 2 hours and tell me about yourself and I'll write your resume for you. So he's been helping me a lot. But I went out and sought, help with other friends who were in good positions and things like that, but nothing came out. And that's when, I approached my Guru Maharaj and said, to me it looks like there's something else that, Krishna wants me to do. So, so I'm dedicating my life to Prabhupada's mission. And I've stopped applying for jobs. And I never thought that I would cry. I know, Maharaj, you don't like it. But these are tears of joy. These are tears of relief and freedom from making calls to India and going through spreadsheets and my dreams and budgets and, things like that. So I'm
I'm just very happy here, and I hope that I will serve and to Prabhupada. To Prabhupada, I know it is late in my life, but I'm still 10 years younger than what you were, Prabhupada. So I hope for the rest of the time that I have left on this planet, that I'll be able to serve your mission and serve my spiritual master, and also serve you all devotees who have given me so much love and affection and love. Hare Krishna.
His Grace Yadubar Prabhu. And special thanks to Shraddha Devi Dasi.
Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharane Nirvishesha Shunyani Paskatane Satane Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. I feel very honored and blessed to be here. I've never visited this temple, and it's extraordinary in all aspects. Yeah, amazing. Thank you very much for all you're doing and everything you're doing.
Coming and blessing us.
I'd like to read a Vyasa Puja homage to Srila Prabhupada from Vishaka Devi and myself. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. The small group of us at Inner Voice Productions have been working very hard to produce a film for the public about your life. For the past 3 years, it's been our constant and daily meditation to create a film that would do justice to your amazing achievements and transcendental qualities. Our prayer is that this film, Hare Krishna, the mantra of the movement, and the Swami who started it all, which is due for release this coming June 2017, will not only introduce the public to you, Srila Prabhupada, but will also inspire people to read your books, visit your temples, and chant the holy names of Krishna. But most of all, Srila Prabhupada, our prayer is that this small 90-minute offering pleases you in every way. Your servants, Vishaka Devi and Yodabar Das. So I also want to thank Srila Prabhupada for allowing us to produce this film. In 1974, we had released Hare Krishna People. That was the first film of the movement. And Prabhupada liked that film very much. He said, you have used good psychology in making this film. I'm not sure what that was, but I hope we've done it again. Yeah, and I was always surprised to see the Srila Prabhupada at the Pandal performances in those early days in India. He would, there'd be of course, the kirtan first, then the lecture by Srila Prabhupada. There'd be another kirtan after that. And then they would set up the screen for the projection of the film. That took a little while, but Srila Prabhupada always sat in his Vyasasan and watched the film quite a few times. In fact, one time he even saw it backwards because he was sitting behind the screen. It was a sheet, and the light was reflected through the sheet. So everything was flipped, but still he He stayed and watched it. After that, the Hare Krishna People film was produced, I asked Srila Prabhupada if we could make a film of his life. And his answer was very telling. He said, "What is the need?" So Srila Prabhupada always gave credit to himself, to his disciples and to his spiritual master. And that's the reason that hardly anyone knows about Srila Prabhupada. They know about his movement. They've seen the devotees very, especially in the 70s. That was the main engagement, Harinam Sankirtan. But Srila Prabhupada never put himself forward. He always gave credit to others. So my answer to that was that people in the future will want to know who started the Hare Krishna movement. So Srila Prabhupada agreed, and we released Your Ever Well Wisher in 1983. But we were always thinking to how to reach the broader public. That was somewhat of an in-house production. It was well received, but it didn't reach the public so much. So actually back in 4 years ago, Hari Sari Prabhu asked us to do another film on the life of Srila Prabhupada. That was the beginning of this project, actually a request to do a film for the TOVP on Srila Prabhupada's life. So we started it, and gradually it just evolved into a broader production for the public. We've been quite amazed at the response. I'd just like to share a few stories. At the Illuminate Film Festival in Sedona, Arizona, there was one lady who was going to several films in that film complex. Actually, this was New York, I'm sorry. There was a film festival going on. She was going to different films in that film festival. Ours was playing in one of those theaters. And she saw our table. She said, "Yes, I've seen you people, and I didn't have a very good experience at the airport. And I'd like to see your film, but I'm going to see another film. Goodbye." And she just flitted off. So she didn't see that film. And I was watching people as they came out of our screening at the end. And she came out, and she was completely transformed. Her face was full of gratitude, really. And she came up to me, she said, "Thank you very, very much for this. This is so much needed." And she had tears in her eyes. She was very moved. So Srila Prabhupada is affecting lives very deeply. I like to think that he's on tour again. And of course he is, in his movie incarnation, you can say. Expanding all over the place. So I just feel very humbled and grateful to be sharing this Srila Prabhupada's life with really the world. It's being shown in Russia today. And that was not, actually they wanted to screen it on Janmashtami, so I asked them to please, just one more day. And apparently it's sold out in Russia very quickly. They had to add 2 more screens. And I was told by Navina Narada Prabhu that there are 10,000 devotees in Moscow alone. So that is portrayed in the film, Prabhupada going to Russia and meeting that one person who spread the movement all over Russia. So we're just very, very grateful and thankful to be here. Vaisheshika Prabhu is a wonderful friend and amazing leader, and the leadership makes all the difference, as we know. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
What? Can't find her? Ask Yadabara. Hansapriya.
Om Jnanam Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I'm totally insignificant and to be here at this place, but it is Prabhupada's mercy and it's the mercy of his disciples that we get to be here today. So that itself tells that they don't, they're just so compassionate and so merciful that they take anybody and everybody in their arms and helps us to walk through. And this is the beauty of Srila Prabhupada's movement. He has opened up this place. He has built a home where we all can come in, and he helps us to grow. They mold us into Prabhupada and his disciples. They mold us into the beautiful person. They tap into us and brings something out of us that gives us that satisfaction to serve them, and it gives us a joy to be in Srila Prabhupada movement, and it just makes you feel that you're on the right path when you're around the devotees, around Srila Prabhupada and his disciples. I can't be grateful enough. I have felt presence of Srila Prabhupada every day. If not during the Guru Puja, then Srila Prabhupada disciples, the devotees in the service, they just bond us. They bond us, and they as a human, I feel there is a need for us to find where we belong, who we are, what is the purpose of life. And this is what is Srila Prabhupada has shown us by his example. And there are students who learn it very fast, and there are the students who don't get it. And I'm the one of the students who never get it. But you just follow somebody who's following, and you just hold the finger tightly, so that way, even if you trip and if you fall, then we have devotees that they help us to pick us up, and I'm very grateful to Srila Prabhupada for that. And everything that we do, like Govind Charan Prabhu mentioned, that the way we talk, even our terminology at work, nobody even recognizes it because they don't even get it, and you kind of feel like which planet you belong to, but you definitely know that you're much better placed than anyone else out there in corporate world who is just fighting for the things that has no values, or it doesn't even give you the satisfaction or joy. And on the other hand, when you're in the association of the devotees, the association of Srila Prabhupada books, it just pulls you out your day-to-day activity of the daily battlefield of Kurukshetra. So I'm so grateful for everything that Srila Prabhupada has given us. Again, I'm not capable of anything, but I don't know how to be, pay back, or at least by follow their instruction very nicely, that we can serve Srila Prabhupada and serve his disciples. So on this day, I pray to Srila Prabhupada and his disciples that if anything if we can do to please inspire us, guide us, give us the determination, show us the path that we must follow. Because this is all we got. Hare Krishna.
Vishaka Dasi Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Is that your new book? Can I have a look? What? Of course I have. I've read it. Thank you. I read all your books. I'd like to welcome Vishaka Devi Dasi, who's Yadubar's wife, as you'll see from her book in the very beginning. This is an extraordinary book. Both of her books are extraordinary. I have a very close friend, and there's a devotee who's a devotee in Colorado, aspiring to take initiation, and he was a professor for many years at a major university in the area. Got introduced to Krishna consciousness, to the Bhagavatam twice, Chaitanya Charitamrita twice, but he was a Buddhist, and for many years stuck to that very strictly. He was a disciple of the Dalai Lama. And then he read the first of Vishaka's books called Harmony. And as I asked him recently, I said, how did you change suddenly? Well, he said that it may not have been sudden, but the catalyst was her book called Harmony. Her realizations are so deep, and she's so articulate in writing, and has been so faithful to Prabhupada over so many years that she has this potency in her writing to change people's lives. And this is the new book, 5 years, 11 months, which goes into great detail, glorifying Prabhupada in a very profound way by talking about her developing relationship with Prabhupada and how her faith actually became strong in him. And I find it to be one of the best glorifications of Prabhupada in a very vulnerable and personal way that one can read. So she travels all over, and we should take advantage of her association. She's a international treasure. So please, I request everybody to take all these books. Make sure there's no books left behind. Could you please do that? Everybody get these copies of her books, and if need be, get multiple copies. Please, no stampedes or anything like that. But out of honor for this great devotee. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
And the book is extremely inspiring.
I don't know.
Okay.
That was thoroughly embarrassing. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvase Sasanyavadi Paskyata Deshatarane Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Thank you so much for welcoming my husband and me to this beautiful temple. And even more beautiful than the temple is the incredible Vaishnavas who are within it. We really appreciate your hospitality, your devotion, your sincerity. I've been relishing the talks that I've heard all morning. Very moving, right from the innermost core of the heart. And very much relishing Vaisheshika Prabhu and his incredible knowledge of the Shastras and how he's so eager to inform us fully about the philosophy of Krishna consciousness and the practice and the validity, the authenticity of it. So it makes for such a strong basis for this temple to blossom in every way and to get bigger and bigger and affect more people. So this morning I was hearing these songs that we were singing, and there was one line by Bhaktivinoda Thakur that really struck me especially. He says, I have sat down here in the hopes of having your company. And I was thinking, that's exactly what I want to do with Srila Prabhupada. I want to sit down and have his company. And although the words appear very simple, the meaning seems very profound, because it means that we must become qualified to have his company. When you see the film, you'll see that Prabhupada in 1965, when he completed translating and commenting on the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, he says, which I don't remember reading before in the biographies of him, but he says, you'll hear it in his own words, he says, when this was complete, my Guru Maharaj gave me indication, now it is time to go to America. So his Guru Maharaj passed away in 1936, and this happened in 1965. So it means there's this possibility for those souls who become unconditioned, who become pure, that they can still have this connection with their spiritual master. So it is a cause of great hope that we have, each of us has the potential of sitting down here and having the company of these great Vaishnavas that we are so fortunate to be in touch with. So that is my prayer today, that I will have connection with Srila Prabhupada wherever I happen to sit. So thank you again. All glorious to His divine grace.
Thanks again to Vishaka Devi Dasi. Satyadev Prabhu. You got upgraded at the last minute.
Hopefully in a month it won't matter. If you will indulge me, I want to channel Madhavananda Prabhu. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhu bhavacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Offer my respectful obeisances to all the wonderful Vaishnavas here. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarane. Especially I want to thank you Vaisheshika Prabhu for being my friend and mentor and my lifeline in Krishna consciousness. So many devotees have helped me connect with Srila Prabhupada and stay connected with Srila Prabhupada, and Vaisheshika Prabhu has been number one for so many years. Before I did write a little something, but before I read what I wrote, I know it's been long and you've all been sitting a long time, but I just want to speak something about my experience today so far. And that is, it all started off with Dayanidhi Prabhu mentioning at the end how to glorify Srila Prabhupada but not recognize his glories and his disciples and grand disciples is actually, it's very unfortunate and offensive, because it's like saying, oh, this tree is very beautiful, but the fruit, there is no fruit, or if there is some fruit, it's rotten. And actually, it's defaming the tree, or not being able to really appreciate the tree. And as you were all speaking today, I felt like I was feasting on the fruits of Srila Prabhupada. I mean, just one after another. Each fruit looks a little different, but each one was sweet. It was just the nectar of Srila Prabhupada alive in their life. And when it comes down to all of these books, all of this chanting, all of the things that he did and that he continues to do, I mean, what's it all for but to cause an awakening in the consciousness of a conditioned soul and have a life-changing experience, a change in consciousness. And this is the substance, the reality of Srila Prabhupada's mercy in all of you and of all of those who contact his grace. So I just wanted to share that. And now I'll read a little something that I wrote. This year I'm not very satisfied with it, but we'll go with it anyway.